Testing. Testing. Testing, testing.
Oh, that's the AC. I was like, is feedback loop going on?
Testing, testing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever thought to yourself, can video games be used to help my child learn? The answer is yes. Hello. My name is Kevin Bronzert. I am planning to major in computer science at App State, and I'm on the autism spectrum. So, in modern times, many of our children and youth have been looking towards screens as a solution for their entertainment slash dopamine rushes, their entertainment, that kind of thing. But with most of the games not being all that educational, such as Minecraft, which is just like placing blocks. um, but my game will hopefully change that for the better. So the image you see up here is just a simple search of just puzzle games. Many of them having like some kind of branding. I say this is taken away from the learning experience, and they seem to have and I've played a couple of these games, and they all seem to have one thing in common, which is not a lot of puzzle variety on it. They all have to like have a set amount of puzzles on it with like one goal to get to the end, and that's all. So why this? I'm a big advocate for video games and the learning experiences that they can provide with complex mechanics. I also wanted to test my skills with doing a new language and a new IDE known as Godot. And yeah, and on my research consisted of mainly two credible sites: the National Institutes of Health and the Child Mind Institute. The National Institutes of Health, or NIH, on a, found that with 3 hours of video game time, kids did better on cognitive tests. It is duly noted that they did not test for repercussions for the amount of time that they played on the 3 hours or longer time sessions. While the Child Mind Institute found that children found it best that children under the age of 6 should only get 30 minutes a day of game time. Scheduling. The Gantt chart you see is was my predicted and what I wanted to follow for my project development cycle. I did not follow this very well. That is my perfection standards kind of got in the way of wanting to make things as perfect as possible, bugless. But but I've now learned that that is impossible. That any program is bugless. Once it gets big enough, it can't be bugless. There are always going to be bugs. So for my personal learning, um, I had to learn GD script, which is the custom language of the Godot editor, which has similar syntax and form to Python. On the Godot API, I had on a this is on a Godot uses nodes, and the nodes are basically the classes that you could say are that show up as graphics, and they have properties and built-in functions. And I also need to learn how to build 2D assets, such as the old-fashioned Mario games, that kind of thing, pixelated, not too like high standard. So when me and my technical mentor thought about how to get this done, we thought that it might be better to store two sets of two 2D arrays. One would hold the values of the atlas coordinates, which is just the placement of the tile set, which is a set of pixels that you can divide up into tiles or groups of those pixels to essentially make sprites on a sheet. So it would store that value store the coordinate value on the tile sheet of the tile that we want to put on the map. And then we use the custom functions such as choose and fill adjacent and more to create a solution path. And this solution path will be placed within the second 2D array, which will hold like the grid on the 14 by 8 just like graphical grid that will be placed that will be shown in the game. Yeah. So for our logic, this is the fill adjacent function, and what it essentially does is that when after the solution path has been made, this is ran to find empty spaces on the protruding on the edges of the solution path, effectively making the branches and wrong paths. It uses recursion to loop over and continue the cycle until no blank spots are found on each direction that is able to go. And then, yeah. This is the game this is the Node2D this is the Node2D script that's been attached to the top node. It references the game button as seen, and it references it by a signal which allows the program to listen for different things to happen, such as the tree changing, which is just like adding a new node in the code, instead of like dragging it in there before the code is executed. So in this case, is using a signal to listen for when the game button is pressed, and then using another built-in function on a change scene to file and get tree is able to switch the scene to the game by tracking down the file path for that scene. So my testing stage, my thought on testing stages more folded out to this: initial testing of hoe and maze generation. And then once we got like a working build, we with the help of Miss Riley, she helped me send it out to middle schoolers to help test and get feedback on the UI and how to like better explain the game when you do play the game. And then I would test later on test the full game with the high school computer science applications, or CSA, and Capstone classes here at Pine Lake. So here in this visualization of the data collected from 2 people completing 3 runs testing my game. person 1 stayed in the constant time difference of the correct path's length in number of tiles in number of tiles. This shows that they stay consistent and were not improving on it. While its person's 2 time difference decreased regardless of the path length, showing that they were improving and their cognitive functions were working much better and having adaptation. Some legal considerations to take in is the Video Games Rating Enforcement Act of 2013 and the Children's Protection of Video Game Violence and Sexual Content Act of 2007. These laws and legislation make me more considerate of what my games should contain or should not contain when targeting a younger audience, which is what I'm planning to do. These considerations from these two laws, these 2 acts, contain such as age ratings and restrictions, intellectual and copyright laws, and consumer-related ethics such as protection, privacy, and online safety. For my budget, I am planning for a more detailed release on Steam, which I will be asking for $15 an hour plus my time, and $100 to publish on Steam because that is the fee that they charge for that. Duly note, the $100 is refunded if the game makes $1,000 in revenue. I want to say a huge thanks to my mentors, Mr. Bronzer, who is right over there, as my technical mentor. He helped me make my code more efficient, help figure out the logic for how to choose which tiles go where and how to determine the path. And Ms. Riley, my computer science teacher, for helping me every step along the way to make it here. So I'm really appreciative of that. And Mr. Randino, my content mentor, he helped with everything UI. Really nice guy. I also interviewed him, and he also works as my dad's DevOps at his company. Thank you for your time, and I will now be taking questions. Yes.
Part A and part B. I guess the first part, I commend you. Most engineers, when they're developing software, want to be perfectionists. They want it to be perfect. And so there's that point in time where you have to come to that realization that you've got to keep moving on. So I'm curious from your perspective, how far along in the project did you realize, okay, I need to keep moving on
I really want to say that it was short, but it was not. And I was probably like 3/4 of the way through before. I was spending so much time trying to get the game itself and working and as perfect as possible, than actually like just getting a working build of the game and integrating a start page. And it just took it.
Don't feel bad. A lot, like I said, a lot of engineers, even in their careers, that have that feeling. So I think it did a good job of that. My part B is the choice of recursion. That is a complex concept for a lot of people to grasp. I'm not going to lie, I struggled with it in college, understanding recursion. So I want to hear your perspective on that, because it is a difficult concept, and the choice of it is an interesting one.
Well, I guess how you would say, how I would think about it is that it can be any. I wouldn't say type of thing, but that if you have like a custom type, like Miss Riley can tell you that I did a battleship. I did a battleship thing in CSA, which is where I learned recursion, which then I applied it in this project. But I used the ship class, and what it really delved into, where it really dissolved into, is just having those primitive types that sort of count as a barrier or these conditions that really make it have a stopping point. So like in the game, as you will see soon, how do I explain this? It stops when it loses all of its options on and then it recursively goes back to, and then it continues along the solution path.
So was that your choice? Did you make that choice consciously to say, I think don't start good?
Yeah, I just found it to be more efficient than just like looping through the entire solution array, which we technically did do. It's just that we didn't have to like do there's like a whole separate function for how we created how to choose and create the solution path, but we did not use that because we knew that it would overwrite the solution path, making it sometimes uncompletable. So yep. Do you want me to bring it down there? Okay. 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 Hold on, let me just. I did embed the game on. I did export it from Godot to HTML, so I was able to put it into my portfolio. On so you will see a web embedded version of it. My computer is being very slow right now. It's probably because of the projector. Come on. A 9K is like stupidly slow. There we go. Yeah. I'm just pulling up the tab over here, and then I'm gonna drag it over. It's extended.
I will say the recursion was his idea. I said that is one of the hardest ways to do this. I was like, good luck. You figured that.
I've never done it again.
That's right. A maze, filling in the maze isn't an ideal usage of it.
Let's hope it loads up. Okay. Hello. Oh, there. It's working. It's working. It's thinking. There's a couple of like minor bugs. It's not like we did make sure that the maze was actually completable 100% of the time, so that's pretty good. There are sometimes some branches are unlike you can't like get to them. Hold. Yeah. Okay. Now I see. I do want to preface this. The only thing made by AI is the title up there. So I was not gonna make an 1,000 pixel by 1,000 pixel image. Yeah, and my dad can tell you that he likes it when. Okay, now this is the hard part because I have to like bring it over here. Actually, do you want to do it? because each of the mazes is a different length.
Yeah.
You, yeah, it's not the same each.
But I think that's one change that you made since the testing, right?
Yeah,
So
on
you
it.
still added in
So
features after the testing at the end, right? So that was awesome.
so on that. So Godot actually has a timer mode, except except I just need a more plain way to do it. On it, it wasn't really. On that, I just needed like some easier way to display it. So what I actually did is there's this built-in variable in Godot called delta, and it's basically on the time between frames. It calculates the time between frames in like I don't know milliseconds, and it makes it so the game runs smoothly. Because it calculates on a, not only the it calculates not only the velocity of your character, which is the red dot, and um, and like how many frames are happening per second, and the time difference between each frame, and it just makes it run smoothly. And I harnessed that, and I took a text display text label. They call it a label, but it's basically just text displaying. And I set it to the background when the game starts.
This is my application Paraplus. So my name is Parker, right? Okay, sorry.
Keep going. Yeah. Let them do it for free.
Okay, I was confused. Yeah, sorry.
He's just rocking. He's like, I'm ready, Riley. You got the local guy plugged in? Yes, good. Should be hooked right there. It's just on the. All right, Parker. Now you can do mushrooms.
Paraplus. Hello, my name is Parker Rhett. This is my 4th year studying computer science at Pine Lake, and next year I will be attending Appalachian State University for cybersecurity. Introduction. Physical therapy plays a crucial role in helping individuals recover from injuries, surgeries, and adapt to new physical challenges. It supports long-term healing, improves quality of life, and helps people regain their independence. Despite its importance, many people are unable to access physical therapy that they need. This topic was chosen to highlight the different types of barriers people have to face and how I can explore new ways to make it more accessible and affordable for everyone. The problem statement: while physical therapy is a vital service, it is often expensive, with a single session ranging from $75 to $125. The cost quickly adds up for those needing long-term care. In addition, many individuals face transportation issues, making it difficult to attend regular in-person sessions. These challenges, both financial and logistical, prevent people from receiving the consistent treatment they need for a successful recovery. For my research, these are different data I drew up, different percentages, and how people feel about it. 42% of Americans feel uncomfortable paying out of pocket. 42 cited work schedules as a hindrance. 84 believe suppliers should ensure affordable access to physical therapy for their employees, and 63 viewed the time required for each session as a barrier. Existing solutions. One of the existing solutions that I found was Exer Health. Exer Health is an app that is exactly what my goal is, but has one major problem, and that is being accessibility. You cannot use this app without being appointed by a doctor. My solution: an application built to avoid these different types of barriers and help give access to all. Some legal considerations I have to consider is HIPAA compliance. If I collect or store, get data from people, I have to protect that. different medical disclaimers. I must make it clear that is not a replacement for medical advice, as I am not licensed, but if I were to work with a licensed therapist, I could. And then terms of use of privacy, what were to happen if something goes wrong. Here's the Gantt chart I followed throughout the year. For week 1 and 2, I worked on my login and home screen. 3 and 4, I created visuals, and then 4 to 6, integrated my visuals. And then 6 to 8, I worked on buttons, and then for week 7 to 8, I put in information, and the last week I spent on my presentation. This was my original brainstorming and prototype. This is what I drew up first, just as I was trying to get the login. So I made a login here, and then I had 3 different injuries. Budget and costs. If I want to put this app on iOS, it will be a cost of $99 USD per year, and Android is a one-time payment of $25. The languages and softwares I used the coding language Dart in compliance with Flutter, and I used it on Dartpad. Research and personal learning. For Dart, I had to learn the entire language through uses of courses and YouTube video. And then Flutter, once I learned the language, I must also learn the UI framework that goes along with it. And again, I did this through courses and YouTube videos. And then also, this is my first time developing an app, so I needed to learn how to basically just make an app and make it appealing, and how to style and order the app. I went through 3 different types of testing. I had a basic functionality test, a usability test, and a design test. Some positive comments where users could effectively navigate the app without having any errors. Users were able to understand and follow the exercises presented to them. Some negative comments was I needed more content and app didn't look professional, and that was from my original brainstorm sketch. And then so what I did was I added more content to the different types of injuries, and I just changed around the app's visual design to make it look more appealing and more professional. Here's my finished product. So on the main screen, on the home screen, I have 4 different, for my project, I highlighted 4 different types of like injuries and pain. I mainly did this in relate to me, what I've faced in my life. I recently have been going through a lot of I had a knee injury, and I've always dealt with like lower back pain and neck pain. And then when you click on, it gives you more details about the different types of injuries, and it gets you some recommended exercises. Also at the bottom, next to home, I have exercises and logbook. And in exercises, this is what it would show up, is different types of pictures on what to do for exercises to help you with that knee injury pain. And then on my logbook, I made a way you can log your entries if you want to log your exercises to keep track of what you're doing. My next steps would probably be to add a sign up and login screen to prompt the user to create an account. I still want to improve my graphics and make it look as professional as I can. And along with the pictures, I want to be able to implement videos into my exercises portion. What did I learn? So I learned the new language. I learned a new language, Dart, which is within the AOGL family. I learned project and time management. I was able to plan, organize, and complete tasks on time by setting priorities and staying focused. Initiative was definitely a big one because I had to take action without being told. Looks for ways to improve and solve problems independently, as I did this alone. Adaptability, I was able to adjust quickly to new situations as I was presented with a lot of problems, and do this without getting overwhelmed. Here are my different mentors. Miss Riley is my Capstone teacher. She's been a big mentor throughout high school, and she helped with coding and project ideas. And then a family friend, Nikki Morgan, she's a licensed physical therapist, and she helps with my information and exercises. Thank you. Questions?
So what made you choose Dart? What was the decision?
With Dart, so I explored a lot of different things like Swift and using Xcode and React Native, and I really just like I was faced with a barrier. Using Xcode and React Native I was unable to install it on this computer, and I have a Windows at home, so I couldn't download Xcode obviously because you need a Mac, and then React Native I just like it would take too much like to learn, and this would just help me simpler, and like if I learn it I can work more on my project, and then I also cannot get it set up. That was definitely a big challenge.
You stated those percentages into your source. What population percent?
Yeah, that's my fault. I should have put a reference slide, but I got these. I just looked up how different people thought about different things, and I found different links and these were percentages from these different, I guess, places that took insight on how people thought about physical therapy. My biggest, yeah, I would say besides that, my biggest challenge was probably learning the entire new language, because I mainly deal with like JavaScript, Java, C+, but it did help that it was like that Dart is within the family, so it's a little bit alike them in sort of ways, but there was like a lot to learn. If I were to do this differently, I would probably wanted to buy myself a computer so I can actually use Xcode, because I feel that I spent a lot of time on different courses learning how to use Xcode at the start of my project, and I definitely feel like that would be a lot better and easier for me. Like I would say better, not really easier, but it was the better option as it like deals with iOS a lot closer, and it has more things than just using a web application, Dartpad. So I would definitely use Xcode, but there was some challenges I was faced with that unable to use that just for this period, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, computer was one of. Yeah. Um. Yeah. So I guess that kind of deals with terms and policy as um, like if something goes wrong, then that's not like that can't be on me if I say that. And then like, I guess your example, I guess that would all tie into terms and policy, because I would have to put those different types of disclaimers but I would definitely like put what to do based on professional advice, and I would just rely on professional advice, as I mean physical therapists probably know a lot more than me what they should be doing. Yeah, legal costs. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Um, so I would so you mean like I would probably say 15 an hour would be reasonable for how much time and effort I put in, and over the span of 8 weeks, I feel like that is inaccurate. average hours. We were definitely given a lot of time in class. I would say 4 out of 5 days of the week we would spend on the project. Most of the time, I spent probably most of my time in class learning courses, and as like watching videos and doing tutorials are a lot easier, and I liked coding at home a lot more, so I definitely did a lot of off the scenes work on my project. So yeah.
Test, test. Can you all hear me? Gotcha. Thank you for actually speaking. Second to second to last. I still have the physics AP test to do. Do you know the time?
You are at 11:51.
Okay. curious about this. That's what my parents have been telling me.
Very true. And we look forward to learning while
Okay.
we're here.
Yeah.
Matthias, are you going on Tuesday?
Um. Yes. Yeah. Yes, I am.
Oh, so you guys, I'm so excited. I'm excited for years. I've been trying to figure out a field trip, and I think this is so crazy because of how big it is. But we're going to his state, his cathedral. It's an old church that he renovated, and it has 600 painters and resin hires within all of the rooms. And so we're gonna go, and he's gonna let us. We can use his rooms, and then he's gonna give us a back tour of how they experience all of the portions and how all the sensors are set up. This is in Statesville, and the guy is so cool. He's in tech. That's what he decided. He's like, I just want to have fun with this. And so he's like done that. And so I'm just excited to figure out what his street. It's called Keyscape in Statesville. The guy who did his drawing is so awesome. And so he's like, I just have to like go to tech and experience all of the sensors and tech. And I'm so excited. I took mine, the ministry that I run, Joy Recovery. I took all of our volunteers. We have like 60 people that volunteer, and we had all the leaders there for an almost a day experience. And I kind of like stayed with 7 and so I'm really excited. So we took them. I'm very nervous. I'm a people person. I was very nervous. I was scared. And so, but we're gonna go there, and it's really easy. So, and I get to hear them preach with them, and like reserve olives, and we're like pulling the olives and stuff. So I felt very like intimate in there. Are you coming to do presentations too? Oh, come on.
Yeah. I mean, it took me 8 weeks to do this, but I'm sure you can do it in the next 5 minutes. Hmm. wait is almost over.
2 more minutes, and then you just have to give the college 10. You know the college 10 rule, yes?
Yes, I know the college send rule.
Exactly.
I'm ready when you.
I am not in front of my other judge, so we're going to go ahead and go, and if he messages me, I'll let you know, okay? Just for sake of everyone's time.
Okay, you want me to start now?
Yep, judges, are you guys okay? We are. Perfect.
Parents, are you guys okay? Okay.
Yes, we're ready.
Hello. My name is Matthias Sepulveda. I'm a 12th grader at Pine Lake Preparatory. I'm going to share with you my Capstone project, which is an app for teachers. I call it Neurodiversity. Let me tell you about it. I'm a 12th grader at Pine Lake Preparatory. I will be attending North Carolina State University in the future. Now see, my project focuses on helping teachers learn about students who are with neurodiversity. Neurodiversity is, simply put, a type of difference in a person's brain. It means things like autism, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, dyslexia, and above average anxiety, just to name a few. Now, the basic idea of the app is to help teachers understand how to understand and support different types of neurodiverse students so that they can thrive. These are my two mentors. My first is Laurie, who is a former teacher who was instrumental in helping me sure the information was correct and reliable. She has also personally tested the app. There's Joel, a family friend and website designer, who taught me how to design the app to be as accessible as possible. I came up with the idea for this app because while I was fortunate enough to grow up in a time where my neurodiverse conditions have a name, that being ADHD, autism, and anxiety, a lot of kids don't have that. When I was in the 5th grade, I had a teacher. A wonderful, kind, smart teacher. But she didn't understand me. She gave me a lot of homework and didn't accommodate for my needs. So I struggled. Our motto is, every student deserves to be understood. But when teachers don't receive proper instruction in supporting neurodiversity, that can be difficult to practice. As you can see here, there's a big problem in this country when it comes to helping neurodiverse students. Out of 100 students, 15 are neurodiverse. And out of those 15, 4.5 may not get the help that they need. My solution is Neurodiversity. It's an app that I've programmed that allows educators to access information and strategies to help neurodiverse students better learn based on their unique struggles. I program Neurodiversity in the language of Swift. It's a versatile platform used by thousands of app developers. A high-level, general-purpose programming language used to design applications on iPhones. I also made use of Apple's own development software, called Xcode. Xcode is used to program apps like Instagram, Apple Maps, Pinterest, and Uber. Now, I will admit, there are some existing solutions to this problem, like understood.org or ClassDojo. But these have their own problems. Understood.org is more focused on parents and teachers and has a complicated maze of articles that you have to navigate through, which isn't very helpful when you're trying to quickly locate information. On the other hand, ClassDojo, while admittedly providing good social and emotional learning tools, doesn't have guidance specifically tailored to the neurodiverse. This is where neurodiversity comes in. The app is designed to be simple. It lets educators quickly understand their students. The information comes from reputable sources like Mayo Health and Johns Hopkins research. It can be used by both the neurotypical and neurodiverse quickly and easily, like between classes or during planning. Now, as you can see here, during testing, the app was praised for the clarity of information and ease of use. However, the application was criticized for lack of information on treatment as well as its visual design. I did, in fact, add a section on how to treat people, though I will admit that the app has remained with a simple design to allow it to be used by the widest range of audiences. As you can see here, it scored quite highly during beta testing in almost everything but readability, which has been improved greatly by adding treatment information as well as increasing the amount of information in general that was already there. Here's some screenshots for the app. Here and here are some pages of the app that can be clicked on to learn more information about certain conditions. Those being autism and and ADHD. And on the right side, you can see the actual interface is for the application, the Xcode interface, where I had been programming the app. I, of course, experienced challenges. One of the biggest was learning a new programming language. But I also needed to think outside the box when it came to accessibility. I'd usually program things that are colorful and bright, but I knew that was not something that could be that I could do if I designed it to be used by the widest range of people possible. And of course, there was debugging the user interface, which required a lot of trial and error, but ultimately I succeeded. In the future, I plan to expand upon I plan to expand upon the app. I will, in college, I plan on making it usable and having specific information for helping neurodiverse kids in elementary, middle, and high school. I'd hyperlinks to reputable sources such as Mayo and Harvard Health. Expand upon the neurodivergent urgent conditions, and in the more immediate future, plan to develop the app for Android phones too. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Yes, the man in the white shirt.
You mentioned accessibility.
Yes.
What types of tools did you use, or websites did you use to sort of look at the accessibility of yours? Did you use any to determine accessibility of your app?
While I didn't use, I definitely did use person site. Because I know how for a lot of neurodiverse people, you can't have a lot of bright colors. It distracts you. You can't have, so it has to be very simple. As you saw in the screenshots, it was very simple. It was a white page, very simple, very easy to understand. It wasn't bright and other half was used in, or actually more like 2/3 of the time was the app. The other 1/3 was beta testing and making the slideshow. Um, yes. Cool.
So one thing I'm not seeing from the kids, and this is important to me, is budget. So I noticed that there wasn't any like if you were going to post or do that. So did you put any thought into what your budget would look like for your time? And if you did decide to move forward on those things that you highlighted, what kind of cost you might have associated?
Of course. See, I I want it to be as inexpensive as possible because in my mind I'm doing a public service. I'm helping people. I'm not doing this. I'm not making a game where I plan to make money. I'm making a service that is designed to be as successful as possible. So, as you said that I shouldn't charge more than $15 an hour. I yes, $15 an hour would probably be what I would be charging. I would imagine that the app, just so that there aren't a lot of that there aren't ads on the app, just distracting you, I would charge a small upfront fee. I would probably, for the initial startup cost of actually putting on the app store, I would probably fund myself. Does that answer your question? Okay. Yes.
Have you thought about, and I know for an agency of AI integration, Senate not qualified to assist with neurodiversity yet. However,
Oh no, it isn't.
have you thought about AI integration and how that can fit into your app?
I honestly haven't. I haven't really. I understand that every new thing has to have the word AI on it. It's for people, but my AI toaster. But it. So I haven't exactly thought about it. I still. It's still as cool as AI is. It is also something that is incredibly complicated to actually implement into something. It's even though it seems like everyone and their mother is making their own AI, um, they're mostly just ChatGPT wrapped in another box. Um, so no, I haven't really thought about AI integration, but thank you for the question. I also have the app itself, that I'd like to show you. Okay. 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 Thank you all for being here.
Hola. It works. How you turn that on?
Hello? Okay.
Yeah. Should we connect?
Wow, front row seats, huh?
ST Auditorium.
Tough crowd. Oop. Airball.
You know, last week I was at the store and I went to go pick up a carton of milk. And when I went there, there's no milk. Tough crowd.
That's gonna be so long.
No. We were
Oh no no.
we were
You
practicing
saying
our
it.
stand-up.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about it. 9306. I don't think we're going yet. We're just getting set
we're
up.
just kind of waiting for a bit.
Feeling out the auditorium. Big crowd we got here.
So what are some initial thoughts that you have, Show?
Who's got good jokes?
Is that Charlotte Airport? Is that a picture of it? What is that?
No. We don't copyright our images.
Funny joke.
See, so now
No.
I'm getting a 50 on this project.
Why don't scientists trust atoms?
Why not?
Because they make up everything.
Wow. Tough crowd.
I used to hate facial hair, but it grew on me. Are these good?
I don't think they're. I think they're pretty bad. I can't lie.
I think
All
you're
right.
great, bro.
We're gonna stop the stand-up.
Okay.
You guys want it 12:45? Is that what you said?
Yeah. I mean, we're a bit ahead of schedule.
Go slow, because I'm gonna come and get my class. We're gonna sneak in the back, okay? The smaller computer science students.
I mean, should we just wait it out?
But like, I don't want to disrupt you.
What do you advise that we do, Mr. Riley?
I'm telling them.
What do you advise that we do?
Quiet.
What should we do?
Should we
I mean, should we go?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we're better. Okay, you guys will try. I just wanted you to queue up and be
Yeah,
ready.
Ryan, you missed the funny.
He had some really good dad jokes.
You gonna do? Are you doing dad jokes?
No, he did. That was like the.
Those were the funniest jokes I've heard in my life.
on the presentation?
12:45.
Yeah, how long does it take?
All right.
Oh.
What's your best dad joke?
Best dad joke? I had a couple pulled up just a second.
I want your best dad
I
joke.
don't have any good ones off the dome. That's the issue.
You're fired. Hey,
No,
let's
you're right there.
I know the classic one, like, what do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. Everyone knows that one, though. I don't know any of, like, original ones.
What? You are not being the kind of weird that I expected you to be.
What's the other one? I don't remember. It doesn't matter, it won't come to you. That's what it was, yeah. I've heard that one.
Are you gonna do stand-up comedy in college?
No. I feel like there's so many people who aspire to be stand-up comedians, and they all flop. It's like, you ever go to, like, the Charlotte Comedy Zone and watch them? They're not good.
I don't.
And the thing is, like, they think they're good, so, like, that would be me, exactly. I would go up there, and I would, like, make jokes, and you just get awkward laughs the whole time. And then it would be like, okay, time to give it up.
Or you think you'd get like booed off the stage?
I don't think so. I feel like I would encounter a heckler, and then I would just, like, freeze up, and then be like,
Alright, if you go do it, I'll go be your heckler. I'll be your number one heckler.
I could not.
You've been my number one hecklers for like years.
It's only right that you.
Because you have to
pay
make
the
up
paper
stuff
back,
off
you
the
know?
dome, and you see some people handle hecklers, and they just kind of cuss at them, and that's just lame, you know?
It's true.
They're not properly
What about you,
handling.
Brady? Could you comfortably go be a stand-up comedian?
Absolutely not. No. I mean, if you think those jokes are bad, like you haven't seen me. So we're
My
good.
problem is I can't ever remember the punchline.
You need to live a wild life to have, like, be a stand-up comedian, though.
I could start.
Like, you need to have some pretty interesting stories, or you need to know how to turn a boring story of everyday life into something interesting.
Well, I mean, I have some stories about you that I could tell that would probably make an audience laugh.
We'll keep those for later.
Okay. Post presentation.
Yeah. Or like Seinfeld, you know that show? Like everything just takes place in that apartment building, but it's
We
funny.
could make a whole Rogan show. I could fill a couple episodes with your shenanigans.
We were talking about if we filmed our physics 2 classroom, that could have been a show.
That would have been a good show.
We do, yeah. And she's gonna roast them because she knows them very well.
We walked in through Erwin's room and he's having the physics study session.
Dude, we went in there. He's
You
like,
give
oh
me
no.
permission to use my stories about you as my own little like fun book.
Like when you're doing stand up?
Huh?
So if in case you do stand up,
No, I think I might make my own little social media page.
go ahead, you know.
I have permission. Y'all all are witness. Yep. Okay. I might make millions. I'll share it.
I deserve at least like a
I just see a bunch
50%
of people
cut to
studying.
make
I'm like,
millions.
I'm not here for this.
No, dude, I saw,
20%.
like, the Ryan, and I saw like,
Two?
bro, they're
I had to live the life.
Andrew, but Ryan,
I put in the hard work and the grit, you know.
you know how
What's from your beautiful
what are you getting at?
he thinks I'll get a 3. This is from natural smarts. I wish I'll get that.
This is what
No,
you're
flat.
doing because one of our new board members that starts in
Do you want to see the shirt that Kirsty and I are trying to match for?
Oh man, that's okay.
Interesting.
This is on the
Joe,
live. You
dude,
can send
I
it
could
to
have killed
me.
my.
Joe,
I'm
This
not
is a
jumping.
pretty funny project.
I'm already on the stage, baby.
I don't think he'd like what we
I'll
have
show
to
you
say.
later that loser. As long as it's true.
It's true.
There you go. Interesting this, I lost a bag after traveling for 3 months. 3 months to find my bag.
Sandy,
Wow.
one of your features.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that in just a minute, and we'll talk about some interesting statistics that we found as well. What are you laughing at?
Great.
Oh, I got you. Go, you're right there. You can stand up and you can walk, and you can walk right back.
You tried.
Bro, they're not gonna say no.
The story was I was flying back on
When we start the presentation, you like pop out the middle of the curve.
Or like go underneath.
like the middle of the curtain.
Or just like go underneath.
Is a pedestal rising you up?
30 minutes.
So we're in the pyrotechnics.
It'll probably be like 10. It's like 10.
Describe the content.
Nah, we did our practice one at my house. I was like,
It was 15.
Basically,
that's good. Good thing.
Yeah. And
Anything longer, you need to.
they'll ask me.
and there wasn't like, hey, okay, I'm gonna crumble my bag while y'all
Did I start playing Instagram Reels into the microphone?
do scroll mid-presentation.
Like into the mic?
No, do it.
How's that if you can't say it? Wait, shit. Is this the only reason you're here? Like you didn't come for physics or anything?
No.
Actually.
Why would I come here for physics?
Are you gonna watch Rowan's? Rowan and Nikhil?
They're right after.
Bro, Rowan is so mad at Nikhil right now.
Ryan, before we thank you for coming to our presentation, you would have to. Whoa, okay, yeah, I get that.
Bro, Rowan is so mad at Nikhil right now. Why are the batteries up there? So,
Dude, I really wish I mean, like, I like our game, but if we did Idle Unemployed Simulator, we'd have to explain what chugging was actually. That'd be so much more funny.
I think they would have given
Click
us
to jog,
they
click
would
to jog.
have given us. What's the guy's name? The guy that was
Joey?
Joey, bro. Oh my god.
Joey, he's basically the king of the unemployed.
I just noticed that Serena Pascal's back. So why is the man on the screen so tiny? And we just like start like quizzing Joey. Like, how is that?
It's real. If you've ever driven 277, that's exactly what it's like. I think it's real.
F4Q was like, I left like half the play.
I heard you left the entire physics booklet just blank.
Dude, the MCQ, I was like, I was doing okay. The F4Q, I might have gotten 1 point. It was so bad.
I heard you and didn't you and Ubby just like leave the
Oh, he
entire
did worse than
booklet
that.
blank?
He did worse than that.
Oh, probably.
He was, dude, he had an hour and 40 minutes for the F4Q. He only did it for like 5 minutes. And he just made origami for the rest.
He made this really cool pattern in the paper though. It like
Oh,
folded
it did look really cool. Yeah.
When does Clan War start?
6 hours, right? 4 hours and 44 minutes. My bad, guys.
Wow, look who it is, Ernie.
Not really.
We're losing this clan war too.
Are we?
Yeah.
Why? How can you be so sure?
Because I'm not in it.
Oh, I'm not in it. I'm not in it either.
I'm Town Hall 12 in 2 days though.
That's pretty good. Anna, what are you? Like
Our
5?
last judge will be here in 5 minutes, so y'all bear with me.
Alright.
Pop up behind first. It's like really dark back there. A little too dark.
Bro, that shit, I think he got 5 minutes. If he left when he said he left.
Let me check if he's on the road. Is she actually coming? Is Amanda actually coming?
She just said she'd come in 5 minutes. When it was Riley. Wait, shit, what did your research conclude?
Huh?
What did your research conclude?
Dude, I'm getting a 1 on that.
But like,
On
does
research?
it help?
Huh?
Does ChatGPT help with calculus?
Allegedly.
Did he? I mean, like, you did your whole study, right?
Allegedly.
I mean, okay.
You actually have, you're supposed to have like 4,000 points.
Did you do any stats? You have to do like a null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. You have to have done that for you. I'm your stats guy.
Huh?
Me and Ryan are professional at stats.
I could have also. I don't even care that much.
Thing is, ChatGPT be wrong about calculus. Like
I
you said in the
know.
FRQ,
It's actually
it just
so
straight up
bad.
lies. There's probably other ones that work well for it though.
They dropped the FRQs. Like they released them.
I don't want to look at it.
I don't want to look at them either. Dude, they were so bad.
I'll just wait till July and see the big old 2.
Okay, you're not getting.
Wow, look who decided to show
Is
up.
that Rowan?
Where
This
did he
bit's
get?
crazy.
So, what are we wearing exactly?
No, he's like Steve Jobs, you know?
He
Doesn't
kinda looks
Steve Jobs wear a turtleneck?
I don't know, but like it's like casual.
So you wore dress shoes, but you wore a
Or no,
t-shirt.
Mark Zuckerberg. That's the
Okay.
Mark Zuckerberg fit.
You have to wear shoes to change.
Chill. How do you think you did on Go?
Go? Go's hard.
Bro, where's your partner at? Bro, there's one. Go ask this pretty up there. Go ask her up there. Go ask her up there. Her shows you.
Should I take the mic out of the stand? I thought it'd be more comfortable just like holding the mic and talking.
I'm gonna hold it like this.
Well, yeah, but like mine's in the stand. Can I remove it?
Can you take it off?
Yeah, I can. Wait, don't bring him too close.
It's like an egg. I like being close to you.
What the heck? I feel like I have more control like this.
You know what the ASMR really like?
The one with Spider-Man, they take the cheese grater to it.
Or there's like a girl that has like aluminum foil and she'll like.
Wait, no, I know. I saw that one. And she was like,
Where's the foil?
Yeah.
Where's the foil? It's right here. Mine is too. It's like Reddit.
That's true. Why does it say Charlotte? Charlotte Douglas Airport.
Well, what airport's from Charlotte?
Charlotte Douglas. There's actually Concord Airport.
I think Concord, genius.
Yeah.
What about Charlotte?
Okay,
What about
but
the Charlotte
it would
Douglas
have
one?
said Concord if it was the Concord.
Well, it's Greater Charlotte area.
It's heavily implied.
Specified and said Charlotte.
It's heavily
I think the
implied.
titles are
We talk
implied.
we talk a little bit about that later on in our legality
I didn't tell you
issues.
how to do your presentation. You don't tell me how to do mine.
Are you talking to me or him?
Probably both.
The chip's free.
Huh? What?
The chip's free.
Go test. I don't know. No one said anything yet. I don't know.
Brady, go grab us.
I'm about to present. I'm not touching anything. If you want them to.
We're dialed in, Shale.
Yeah.
We're in the zone. Don't get me out of the zone, Shale.
What are you guys gonna do?
We're waiting for the last judge. You missed it, Ron. We were telling dad jokes.
Dude,
Yeah.
the dad jokes were great.
They were pretty good.
I like the face shape, the facial hair one.
I'm trying to think of another one. It's like, when's the best time to go to the dentist?
When you want
2:30.
I don't get it.
She gets it.
Does anyone else get that? I'm lost.
cause like
'Cause like 2:30, like tooth hurts, and then 2:30, like the time. When's the best time to go to the dentist?
Tooth hurgy.
The
We-
dad joke's getting any better?
We got there.
It was pretty bad.
They're getting worse.
where does Nick go?
Dude, I sent that picture of the group chat. It's tough. Like he didn't tell me he was coming. What are we talking about? This is so fucking weird.
They killed PMO. That's why we call him spoon fed or horse blinders.
Spoon fed.
And they killed Seer. Is he?
Is that it, bro?
Oh, there he is. Like Dapper.
See, look, he dressed appropriately. What are you wearing? What is the fit?
Nikhil, you gotta unbutton some of those.
Huh?
You gotta button all the way up. You gotta unbutton a little.
Yeah. Is mine okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Hi, guys.
Is it time?
I gotta silence my phone.
All right. May we start? All right, welcome everybody. Good afternoon. Today we're presenting Charlotte Airport Baggage Claim Simulator. Relive the experience of the baggage claim from the comfort of your home. So first of all, a little bit about me. My name is Ronan Connolly. I've been attending Pine Lake for 7 years now, and I've been doing computer science for 4. And in the fall, I will be attending the University of Michigan for mechanical engineering.
Hi, my name is Brady McFarland, and I've been here at Pine Lake since I was in kindergarten. And I've been doing computer science here at PLP for 5 years. And in the fall, I'm going to be attending UNCW for cybersecurity. So, the devil himself had probably redesigned hell in the light of the information he had gained from observing airport layouts. Anthony Prince, The Memory Trap. So, I'm not sure if any of you guys agree with this or relate to it, but this basically sums up the airport and the feelings that people have about that.
So picture this. You're at the airport, delayed takeoff, 8 hours. You're stuck next to a kid and a baby. And finally, you finally land. The gate is blocked because there's another plane there. You get off your flight. It's like 2 a.m. You're just desperately searching for your baggage, and it's nowhere to be seen. Now, was that too hard to picture? Probably not, because that's your average flight flying into the Charlotte International Airport.
So, you're not alone. Millions have been subject to this sword treatment. Here are some interesting stats that we found from kiss95.1.com, and they all relate to the Charlotte Douglas Airport. So 55% of people have reported losing their baggage at least once at that airport. 10,000 items are left and lost and found every year, and this is one of the most astonishing ones to me. 34% of people who have lost their bag at Charlotte Douglas Airport have never gotten it back. And additionally, Yahoo Finance included Charlotte Douglas Airport in their ranking as one of the worst airports in the United States.
So, what are we offering? So, our game brings a fun, lighthearted approach to a real world topic. So, we offer a quick paced 2D problem solving RPG in a chaotic airport where you have to try to find your bag in the allocated time or else you lose. So, what does this necessarily do towards our problem? Well, parody is an effective way to bring light and awareness to a real world problem and situation that's occurring. So by parodying, in this case, the Charlotte Airport, we are bringing light in an effective manner to maybe let people know, like, hey, this is a real issue, you know, no one's getting their bags back. And eventually, it'll hopefully get enough support where people will take initiative and try to solve these manners.
So, what are some existing solutions? Well, these are all various games that can be found online through applications like Steam and whatnot. But the one thing that separates us from all of these other existing solutions is that these are all airport simulators from the point of view and perspective of the airport itself. So, like the workers and actually running the airport. But our game is meant to do something different, where we're going to take the perspective of the passengers and show what they have to go through and try to bring light to that issue.
So there's a couple legal considerations, but the name of Charlotte, the city itself, is not trademarked or copyrighted. Rather, the logos and like the crown associated with Charlotte is, but luckily we do not use any of those logos in our game. And furthermore, it's a very similar situation with the Charlotte Douglas International Airport, where the name is free to use, whereas the logos itself associated are not. And our sprite design, though influenced by the classic Pokemon sprites from Pokemon Silver, are not directly copied and merely just an influence. So we are free to use those.
So here's a quick look at our Gantt chart that we had. Initially, we did start with the character movement, and then we spent a few weeks on the tile map and the NPC sprites. And then we spent an additional few more weeks on the map, and then we went into the timer and the animations, and then the opening screen actually did take up a few weeks. That was something that did take a while to try to learn and perfect. And then towards the end, it was just testing and polishing, and then finally our presentation.
So brainstorming was actually a really interesting way. So during spring break, before our final quarter, before we had to start our last project, me and Brady actually saw each other in the airport, at the Charlotte airport. And coincidentally, we were taking off the same day. And we both had issues with the airport. So our flight got delayed, his flight got delayed. And furthermore, coming back, I waited like 2 hours for my bag. And the worst thing is that it was saying it was on this baggage claim. It was in a random corner in just a pile of bags. I don't know what that's about. But here's also a couple of our sketches. So we did make unique sprites. So there's over 10 passenger sprites and 6 employee sprites and a player sprite itself, where for each possible orientation for the player or the user, we have a different angle, and we have custom animations to run through those for the NPCs and the player.
So here's a quick look at our budget and cost. So H.io is our publisher that we used to show off the game, and that is completely free, so we don't have to worry about any of that. Pixelart.com is the website that we used in order to make the artwork and import it into our Unity file, and that is all free as well. And in terms of our time and our work spent on actually creating the project, it'd be around $15 an hour, which is more of just a base for someone that is making a game like this.
So language we used in software. So on top of pixelart.com, we did use LibreSprite, which is an open source software used to create tile sets. So we used that to create the map, whereas all the characters were made on pixelart.com. We coded in C#, which is the primary language of Unity. And the reason why we use Unity is because of their strong 2D software implementation. So allows to make a 2D game pretty simply. And not mentioned here, we do have a custom soundtrack to our game that I made through FL Studio. You guys will see that in a minute, but if there's audio on here.
Here's our UML diagram, and it is pretty similar to the Gantt chart. We started with creating art, and then we went down to the tile sets. And then when we got to the layers, we split it between the actual map itself and all of the interaction. And then on the right side is where we did the player layer, because you can't just have them all in the same layer because they'll collide and it's a whole mess. So then it goes down to the animation, the interaction, and then finally polishing up.
So some research and personal learning we had to do beforehand is a lot of C#. So this is my second time using Unity, but last time I used it was a very UI-based game. And whereas Brady, he has never coded in C# or used Unity, so there's also a lot of learning with the Unity scripting. And there's a lot more behind the scenes where when we're setting up the animations, but mainly just getting those scripts to be associated with the objects and understanding how all of that works. If you hop on Unity first time, it's terrifying. There are so many buttons. It's awful. And luckily, we did find a good Pokemon-style RPG tutorial to help us build the framework of the essence of our game and understand a little bit of the processes and how to work with different tile sets and character sheets.
Here is a video of our finished product. So as you can see, the player is traversing the map. There is a timer in the bottom right to try to have you go quick. And there's some dialogue that's popping up right there when you're interacting between different people. There's the menu for the pauses and the setting or whatever. And as you can see, he's trying to go through the airport, find his bag. Let's see. Nope, that's not the bag, so he has to keep looking. Yeah, and so it's mainly just a lot of interaction between objects, people, and then you have to try to work towards finding your bag. And then at last, he did end up finding his bag. As you can see, it took quite a while to find it. You had to go through a whole bunch of different stuff, but yeah.
Yeah. Also not mentioned, so your bag is just randomly placed somewhere in the game in one of the allocated spots. So there's little, like, when you talk to the people, they'll give you little hints, like, oh, I think I saw the bags were over there, so you talk to the first person. It'll lead you to the left and stuff. But sometimes they're intentionally misleading to try to simulate the chaos of the Charlotte airport, because no one truly knows where your bag is. Oh, okay. And now, our testing iterations, we had 3 different tests. So first, we had an art set. So we created all of our pixel arts and maps before we actually started programming. And we sent this out through one of the teachers to all the seniors, and we got about 30 plus responses. And it was overall positive. They were saying the art style was very consistent, a lot of diversity in characters. And at the time, we had less characters. They said they wished we had more characters, so we actually added some. And for our next testing iteration, we had the character movement in the map, where we only had the map set up, and the character could just move around. And it was overall good feedback. Like, people were saying the character movement was good, but the map was a little small, so eventually we did add a little bit more size to it. But due to timing considerations, we can't make the whole airport. And also the sprites look a little low quality, and that's an issue through pixelart.com. When you try to download through their website, Google compresses the images. So it looks a little low quality, but in the future, we'd probably figure that out. And in our final game, people said it ran well, it was quite intuitive, and they just wished there was more content. So that'll lead us to
our next steps. And so, like we just said, we want to smooth out the graphics and stuff, try to fix that, make it look as polished as possible. We would definitely try to add more airports in the future to showcase the main issue of what we're going at about. This isn't just the Charlotte Douglas Airport, but all over the country, airports are just a mess. So we want to try to bring light to that in a way. And in terms of the movement with the NPCs, we want to make them feel more involved in the game. So we'll polish that out, make it look all good. And yeah, that's about it.
So what did we learn? A little bit cliche, but project management is a huge aspect. And being able to set your timelines and understand you hit every single timeline and make sure you don't fall behind. And sometimes things take longer than expected. I know at a certain point, we honestly didn't even know what week we were on. And it kind of set us back because we were like, oh, we still have 4 weeks. No, you actually only have 3. So we had to do a little bit of makeup there. But understanding that isn't just trying to set goals with the Gantt chart is really important. And second of all is communication. So being able to communicate with your partner, understand your strengths and your weaknesses, allocate different tasks. Like, if I'm trying to get a task done and I assign maybe Brady a task, and he's like, it's not necessarily a strong suit, it's important to communicate that. You don't want to take on a task where you feel that you would end up spending more time trying to learn and overcome issues, and it's important to make sure you have that great team synergy. And our last thing is initiative. So I'm a big procrastinator, but taking initiative is a huge, important step in knowing when it is go time, when it is when you wake up and you say, this is what I'm getting done today. That is what allowed us to hit all of our time frames for our project, and having that ability to take initiative is very important.
So we want to say a big thank you to our 2 mentors that we had. We had Sadie Connolly, who is actually Ronan's sister, and she has 4 years of computer science experience, and she assisted us with the project management and the workflow. And then we also had Jack Nelson, Jay Nelly, who is a student here at Pine Lake Prep, 10 years of art experience. He's very, very well at all that, and he helped polish our designs and helped us influence and make them look more visually appealing.
Thank you. Questions?
So you might have mentioned this, but you chose C#.
Yes.
Advanced language. What was the decision behind that?
Well, Unity is primarily in C#, and we wanted to use Unity as our engine. So,
So what did you learn about C#?
what I learned about C#, it's just like, honestly, it felt pretty intuitive. I do have like experience with, it kind of felt like a little bit like JavaScript and stuff. I mean, obviously things are a little different, but if you understand the concepts of coding, it kind of follows suit through it. Like, you're still at the end of the day hitting like the same functions, whatever.
Any other questions?
So did you run into any blockers or any significant impediments as you were running through your project?
So one of the main issues that we had is that Unity is not able to, we weren't able to get it on our school computers. So it caused a lot of issues when trying to work in class and really make use of our time. So what we had to resort to instead was, I went over to his house a few times out of school, stayed there for about 5 hours, really just locked in, got a lot of the work done. But yeah, it really kind of did suck because we wanted to make use of our time in class, but we were unable to do that due to all the limitations on the school Wi-Fi and the computers. Yeah.
Might I add to that is that we also had a large issue with collaborating. So Unity doesn't have an integrated collaboration system that's like easily to be accessed. So we had to collaborate through GitHub. So uploading everything through GitHub and having that whole cloud system set up was a big thing for us to figure out, because we were trying to work with like the Unity collaboration system, but they had like these old ones that just were discontinued, and it was just hard to understand that. And we've never used GitHub before in the process of uploading and trying to sync it towards with Unity. So that was a huge issue we had too, trying to get that collaboration feature started. Yes. So we used AI in the debugging. So like there were some issues with, I don't know if you could tell, so we had our animations. So depending on the direction the character is facing, like when they're walking around, we had issues with, you have to use these things called blend trees and stuff, and trying to link that towards with all the inputs with the button and the direction the character's facing. We had it like the character just kept on running in the same direction, even if you're moving the different way. It looked like it was moonwalking everywhere. But it was like, for that, in case we were using AI a little bit to help debug, we had the functions laid out, but we just couldn't figure out how to work that out.
And if I can, can I just add on? Yeah, you're good. Yeah, and if I can actually add on to that, outside of the code, we also used it a little bit for our artwork as well. We didn't copy directly from it, but we did use it as a tool to try to find a way to make it look more visually appealing as well. Any other questions?
So maybe just kind of piggybacking on that, but in the future, where could you incorporate AI in this program?
So there's actually a really cool project that came out, collaborated with Microsoft and Swedish rapper Blade, where you essentially navigate this dungeon system, but all of the characters you speak to have AI generated responses, but they're all themed towards that. So in the future, if we were to implement AI, you could implement AI to all the NPCs where they could actually have more unique personalities and stand out from each other. So you have certain characters that could stand out like that. Yes.
Have you thought about integrating, because this could be a great little viral app for a summer or whatever to bring attention. I think the approach is amazing that you bring parity into a problem where, a lot of people are going to say, oh, you should do this, you should do that. Well, that's going to go in one ear, not the other for anybody who doesn't like the engineering idea behind the. So I think parity approach is amazing. Have you thought about increasing the level of humor in your app to bring more people to it? And one thought that entered my head when you guys were presenting was like, this is kind of like Oregon Trail back when I was a kid. It's where you're going along, everything's great, and then all of a sudden you die of dysentery. It would be amazing to put that parallel in of everything's going great, and all of a sudden, oh, great, your bag's gone, right?
Mhm.
Have you thought about implementing a higher level of humor in this?
I think that that would be a fantastic idea, and we did actually think about it a little bit, but with the time constraint and everything, we weren't able to implement that. But yeah, we could absolutely add more humor, and then I'm sure if we posted it on social media or something, it would become viral, and it'd be great.
This is an important question for the judges to answer too. Is this the second iteration of this project, or is this a brand new build in 8 weeks?
This is a brand new build in 8 weeks.
Yeah, so initially before this, we were doing a lot on Roblox Studio, which we actually had a lot of success with, but we really wanted to like push ourselves with this final one and really see what we could do in 8 weeks. So that's why we made that change.
Well, I'll say this, of all the ideas I've seen of engineering fixes and things like that, this is probably one of the most effective approaches that I've seen. You'll find somebody who it pokes at them. Like somebody will tell them, oh yeah, there's an app out about how funny it is when you lose your bag in Charlotte because it's so freaking horrible. And they'll be like, crap. And then they'll have to go fix it.
Hmm.
Absolutely, yeah.
Did you use a database in your backend to score like how many times you found the bag or the actual time to find a single bag? Or was it like a individual instance?
They're all individual instances.
Anyone else?
Thank you. We cooked. Actually, one part talking about Unity.
Okay. Testing. It's good. Okay.
So this is Eye to Eye, and it is our final project for Tucson's Capstone.
Is that the right button? How do you switch this? I can just do it on mine. This is our introductions. My name's Rowan Dowse. I'm going to be attending UNC Chapel Hill probably for pre-nursing or something medical related this fall.
My name is Nikhil Sharmaraju, and I'll be attending UNC Chapel Hill for either business or computer science.
What was this topic chosen for your product? Our topic that we chose was gaming. Today, a lot of games are not very entertaining or cost way too much to play. Our goal was to create a game like Tag, but in a creative new way and one that's accessible and free to all users across the world.
So we wanted to combine something everyone loves like Tag and put some new unique ideas into it because everyone loves Tag, but it can get boring after a while. We've been all playing it since we were kids and all that. So um, we used we used eye contact and mixed with Tag for something completely unique, and we developed it in Roblox Studios using Lua script.
Expert content. Learning the interface was something that we had to consult with Roblox developed forum and contributors and Lua scripters, especially for stuff like ray tracing, some remote events, and I want to say the maps were difficult to find. The music and models. All music and models were free use in Roblox Studio or self-made. Styling and appeal. Provided feedback and clarity for design and appeal. Involved making the rules, pacing, and visuals more engaging for players. These are things our mentors helped.
So our problem statement was that we wanted to create something unique and fun that's also more enjoyable and interactive that you can play with your friends. So we combined the quick thinking, object detection, fast pace, tagging, and unique game mechanics and fun with friends, and we got Eye to Eye.
Existing solutions, traditional games such as Crab Game and Freeze Tag. So there's nothing new in those games. So we wanted to have a unique like trigger or like a way to the players to beat it in like a unique way that wasn't already used by other games.
So some legal considerations is that we must comply with COPPAs and the protect children's data if users are under 13. We have to use only original and licensed assets to avoid copyright infringements and issues. We have to be clear with any in-game purchases, and we have to make them fair. We can't overcharge or yeah. And we have to include tools for reporting abuse and promoting player safety and fairness.
Our budget was Roblox Studio, which is a free-to-use platform for all creators. The assets were also free or self-made. Total cost $0, but the possibly hourly wage for us would be $15 per hour.
So our planning and personal learning. Me and Rowan have both worked with Roblox Studios before, not together, but on a previous project. And so one of our personal learning was that we learned Roblox Studio development from scratch this year. And we also used version control and iterative prototyping. And we apply real-time testing with users in person and online through forums.
This is our project management tool / plan. We had a lot of weeks where we were a little behind, but we caught up in the end and finished our code. Beginning with research, we found our mentor and researched more about our project and what we were planning to use it on, like the platform, because we needed something to collaborate. We were looking to Unity, Unreal Engine, Roblox Studios. We just needed something where it was easy for us to collaborate, more because those platforms don't really offer anything that is really that helpful. And once we had our platform, we started to research it and collaborate with our mentors. Then we worked on our maps, then started the main coding and project concepts. After we finalized the code and developed the final project, then tested for player usability and implemented them in our code and gameplay.
So for our brainstorming, we wanted an easy multiplayer and like interactive game. And our goal was to create an easy access environment so you could be across the world and you can still play with someone here. And you can play on your phone, on your tablet, you can play with a controller on your Xbox
like to add on that, it's easy for like submitting it and having testing for players. Unlike Unity, it's really hard to actually like get it out there as well. These are some of our prototypes and sketches. We worked on figuring out rules for a tag-based system with object detection and worked on map ideas and concepts. Some of our map ideas were listed below. And as you can see in the top right image, we wanted something like some way that we could detect a player. This is a sketch of our object detection system. We wanted to create an object detection system that worked around a section of the player's camera, so you had to be directly looking at another player. Maybe like a rectangle where a player could be detected, something like that. But obviously this rectangle would not be visible.
So like we stated earlier, we use Lua as it is the main programming language that is used in Roblox Studios, and it is the easiest one to incorporate with Roblox Studios. And its features are easy accessibility, and it has very good and collaborative.
The API we used was the Roblox Engine API for maintaining assets and publishing the game. We also used OpenCloud API for data storage, such as attributes that are stored on the player that are used for comparisons in the code. This is the coding research. For the research, we looked into ways to implement object detections. We asked our mentors for advice, and they recommended raycasting. Raycasting is a way for the Roblox engine to continually check whether another character is in a specific region on the screen. The raycasting sends a small line, which sends whatever information it hits. And this way it can detect behind walls and works for object detection. In this case, we did use the object detection. The ray line would hit the player's head, so then it would be like more clear. So then we could have like a billboard like GUI that's floating, so then you could detect the player. Our map research, we wanted maps people recognized, 5 maps of variety for tag maps, because we didn't want the same map over and over because that could get repetitive and boring. Additionally, flat maps to create more movement accessibility, but we also wanted some structures and walls in order to make more chaos and just more user enjoyability. Some of the favorite maps were the yellow backrooms map, this one. This one was least favorite. We settled on some smaller maps shown in the pictures to the right. Okay, so this is how the game works. So it's kind of confusing, but the gameplay will show 2 players, but it can handle up to 50, creating more people who are it or wolves in the process. Wolves are people who are it. The game randomly selects half the players at the start for who is it. In order to win the game, the player must be a wolf at the end of the timer. Wolf status is transferred amongst players when both are inside each other's detection boxes. I'll go into more into that later. Wolves are also highlighted throughout the game so you can see them through walls and know where they are in order to get in front of their point of view and look at them. I'll show some example footage. That's the lobby. I don't want to go through it all. Here's one of the maps. Okay, here's a good part of it. So when 2 players look at each other, oh, I don't know why I did that. Let me turn up the quality. I don't know why it's so low. Alright, there we go. So as you can see, when you look at the player, it'll play a sound and also put a target on the player. And whenever oh my god. I don't know why the spacebar does that. So when 2 players look at each other, as you can see in the bottom, it'll say that you're wolfed. And this is a detection system with the walls. When both players look at each other, one gets highlighted red. As you can see, there's a grace period in between so that it doesn't automatically transfer. And when you're not it, you can zoom out. Here's some example footage of 2 players running. As you can see, I try to get in front of the other player. I didn't get it. Let's go to the beginning. The beginning footage is pretty good. Oh. There is custom soundtrack. All of it's for use, by the way. So the player who's highlighted is the wolf, and will try to run away from the other player, and the other player tries to get in front of him. And if you get eye contact, it'll become switched. This is coding bits part 1 object comparison. Each time a player detects another player, this function will run. The function will take in the player that originally looks at the player. It'll run a function that displays the player that it's looking at, which is the information from the raycasting that it hits. It's kind of complicated, but basically all you need to know is that we'll get the attribute of the player that is stored, so it'll be able to tell if it's it or not. And then with that information, it is able to set the player's attribute switch. And as you can see, there's a grace period right here. This is because I had an issue where it would just constantly switch back and forth like really quickly, and it's just useful. As you can see, the set attribute function is used for storing data. Map selection. It uses math.random and different teleport areas to bring players to different parts of the map, just using a bunch of if statements. Probably could be higher optimized, but it changes the root position of the player because that's the only way you can actually like teleport them without breaking the game.
So for our testing and analysis, we had 3 phases and they had 4 sections of feedback. So phase 1 is that we played our game ourselves and we invited a bunch of our close friends to help test it out with us. For phase 2, I gave it to my younger sister and her friends tested it out and gave feedback to us. And then for phase 3, we expanded more again, and we took it to a community space where we asked them to play our game, and we had people running it on our laptops, because like some older people don't have Roblox installed, and we couldn't just make them install it. So we gathered the feedback through them, through observations on a Google Sheets that is linked to Google Forms. And our 4 categories are information, gameplay experience, design and usability, and suggestions and overall data.
These are
For the testing analysis, these are screenshots from our data from the Google Forms. And basically to summarize it, it was fun. Most people played with 5 to 8 people. Um, Everyone liked the poem feature, which I don't know if it was showcased, but it's like a ragdoll feature at the bottom where if you tap a player, they can't like camp in a corner. So you can still make eye contact with them. And so they said the eye mechanic was working properly. They want more maps, they want more updates, and to increase the timer possibly if there are more people involved. And they said it's controller usable, mobile accessible, they like the soundtracks, and they would recommend it to a friend. So we can click these at the end, but that is the Google Sheet, which is displayed there, and it shows all the answers to these Google Form up here. And this Google Form has 4 sections, like the ones mentioned earlier, and it will just link directly to the Google Sheet, so we have all of our information in one place. So the modifications and changes that were most suggestive that we implemented with the feedback was we added more maps. I think we're up to 5 maps now. We fixed the timer. There's increased character speed and more possible improvements from the comments were more power-ups, constant updates, and purchasable cosmetics, because you can purchase like skins and stuff in Roblox, so they want specific ones for our game.
summary. The game was a hit. Eye to Eye started as a unique idea to make contact a core mechanic. We built the game in Roblox Studio, blending social interaction with fast-paced tag gameplay. After internal testing, we expanded to real-world players, friends, younger kids, and Taekwondo students. Feedback helped us refine the mechanics, improve balance, and add polish. The game proved fun, accessible, and engaging for all ages.
So our next steps for testing and publishing Eye to Eye. First, we need to improve the clarity of the rules and user interface. Then we need to tweak the gameplay based on age group feedback, because we're obviously gunning for a target audience. We can't take into account people who will never play Roblox again, and we can't mix in with like people who play Roblox on a daily basis. Now we're in
Conclusion. Our program demonstrates a game that uses a unique system to create a very entertaining environment. Our program fell short in some replayability designs, as it might be hard to tell whenever you're the wolf or when you play too often, as there's not a lot of cosmetics or power-ups. Improvements for the game would be including adding more movement mechanics and better UIs and interactive experiences like cosmetics.
So these are our content mentors. We had Emil Daus, who was our program helper, and he was our general software assistant, and he helped us understand the coding aspects of the game, and he provided support in creating ideas for the code. And we had Nitish Verma, who was assisting in developing the game smoothness, and he helped with the layout of the maps and the appealingness of the game itself.
Thank you.
Judges, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. So, two compliments. One, the project plan itself is probably the first project plan that I've seen today that you incorporated everything from research to testing. A lot of folks focus on just the coding, and the larger project is obviously managing all that additional time. So great job on that. Testing was the thought process, the collection of data also was really, really good in the testing. Question is, you want to publish this app. Have you thought about monetizing it? Have you thought about how you might incorporate that, or is that maybe not your objective? What are some thoughts around what you need to do to make it actually publishable on Roblox?
It actually is published right now.
Oh, it is.
It has like 100 visits, I think. But obviously, we would probably want to add for monetization. There is Game Pass features, so whenever a player goes on the store page, you can buy them, and you can check their inventory while in the game for data, and then free assign it to things maybe extra speed, which would be kind of pay to win. But you can also do cosmetics like hats.
I was in a class 2 years ago where the professor would create these environments, and she would work with Microsoft, Meta, Google, and would get the headsets, and then would integrate the headsets into the Roblox environments or other environments, which she was really keen on creating these places that people from all around the world could go to, but then how do you integrate the sensors on your hands or the actual visual or having it feel like you're actually the player. Have you thought about integrating any 3D or sensors to the game? This is totally down the line, but
Yeah, for VR, there is ways to implement it on Roblox. It's actually pretty easy, but I'm pretty sure they have specific lines for hands and stuff, but it's pretty complicated. Probably would take a while. I haven't really thought about it. It probably wouldn't be possible because having VR integrated with other players would be pretty difficult unless it's just a social game.
so that's what her class was about, was integrating VR so she could reach out and touch someone else who's around the world, and they were all on a headset. But I think this game would be phenomenal if you can go. So if you plan to take this further, totally look into that. I can get you the name of this professor that exists.
Thank you.
Other questions? What was your biggest challenge, unexpected challenge in all of this?
Definitely raycasting. It was pretty difficult to get that to work in a specific rectangular box. I could really get it for the camera, but it was hard to get the lines to touch a specific object because if you were to do the entire player's object, it wouldn't work as well for the target. So you had to do the head specifically. And then additionally, there was problems with the audio was a little bit too loud, and sometimes I had trouble finding stuff that wasn't already copyrighted or would play in the game. And also getting the game to restart after it's already over is really difficult. So for that, I had to continually check every 5 seconds whether or not there was anybody that was in the game, and it would start the game if there was nobody So having the lobby was really difficult for restarting the game because I could easily get it to start once, but then after it's hard to reset everything.
Does the game have just highest score, etc., across the population? Any kind of analytics that's built into the game?
No, sir, not yet, but hopefully in the future, because right now it's just a one instance, you run it, and then it's completely starts fresh. So hopefully we can implement that.
It'd be pretty easy to. You can get stored data using Roblox's cloud storage. So every time the player will leave or a server crashes, it automatically runs like a saving thing. So you could easily add wins at the end of the round to check who was wolf at the end.
Kind of ask the same question back as last time. Is this a continuation of a project or is this your 8-week full build?
This is a continuation, actually. So this is a continuation from a project that I made originally in Q3 or like after December. I mostly just did raycasting on the project. I didn't actually have like any lobby. I only had one map, and I also had trouble getting replayability and the rectangular like frame, so you could see people in the corner of your eye, but not directly in front.
Any other questions? Good.
I think someone dropped it.
you're clicking. I can click through this, but if you need to go through a slide early. Ooh, you know what I mean?
So for my slides, I'll do it.
Yeah, if you're allowed.
I think that's the clicker.
Okay.
Go grab that from Jeter and I'll grab that.
Okay.
It's not working, so I don't think. Oh wait, it is working. Okay, so I'll take this over. And then screen mirroring. Miss Riley. Oh, sorry, we're good, we're good. Never mind, I found it, sorry. STOUD. Okay. I guess it'll go. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I got it.
You know what the code is? There's no code.
Oh, it's going through? Okay.
Huh? Yeah. Hold on one sec.
Hello? Oh, sorry. You're good. You're good.
So you click through all the way until we get to the API stuff, and then click through the API or stuff. if you want to progress earlier than I am, just click whenever you want because I have no control over it.
Got it.
So.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. And this is our capstone presentation, Scout Sync.
FRC, which stands for First Robotics Competition, is an organization that provides robotics competitions and robotics teams to a variety of schools nation or worldwide. We actually have a robotics team at our school called Team Spork 3196, and it's a high school-based team. And FRC participation has grown steadily over the years, currently with over 4,000 teams worldwide.
So during a competition, it's a little confusing, especially if it's your first time. So the way it works is you have two alliances competing during each match, and the game differs over the year, but there's always two alliances pretty much. So there's three robots on each team, and they're randomly assigned to alliances throughout qualification matches, and they earn ranking points, and at the end, the top 8 teams get to pick 2 other robots to be with them during their final alliances during the playoff matches. So this is where strategy comes in. You want to make sure that if you're one of those top 8 teams, you're able to pick 2 other good robots that complement your robot well. And as you can see over to the left, there's a lot of different ways to earn points and a lot of different things that robots can be good at or not so good at. And you want to find something that's going to complement your robot. So that brings up our importance of strategy and scouting during matches.
So Chief Delphi, a very popular FRC forum where students from various robotics teams express their opinions and thoughts on different portions of the seasons or their robots in general, have highlighted the fact that 60 to 70% of teams rely on manual scouting methods, such as paper forms, Google Forms, and spreadsheets instead of specialized apps. And these complaints about the current tools being used kind of showcase how ineffective strategy analysis can be when you're using these different methods instead of actual specialized apps. And this was highlighted during our past season, Reefscapes, where we had to use a Google form instead of a specialized app in order to track points from different teams in matches. And that created a lot of difficulties, not only when exporting data, but when analyzing it as well to see what teams would be more beneficial for our teams to align with.
So that also brings us to a problem of, in the stands, majority of the people in there are freshmen or this is their first time coming to competition. That's the majority of people who are doing strategy. And so about 70, and that's really being generous, percent of the time, the students are asking the same 2 to 3 questions over and over and over. And as someone who's been in the stands for the past 3 years helping out with strategy, it can get difficult to be answering all the questions, but also just to help people keep up with what's happening on the field. So that leads us to our problem statement, which says that tracking data points for strategy is very difficult and often confusing during a game. And we want to simplify that through our app, ScoutSync, which is an app designed to help clarify and meet strategy needs for FRC teams with real-time match scouting.
And hello, my name is Ananya Verma. I am planning to major in mechanical engineering and minor in computer science at Purdue University.
My name is Grace Goforth. I'll be majoring in occupational therapy next year and minoring in Spanish at Duquesne University.
Some prior solutions before creating our app include FRC Crawler, StatBotics, and Scout Radio. However, these prior solutions do focus on different intentions than we plan to with our app, including AI analysis. Some cons of these prior solutions include their rigid and limited flexibility, which makes it more difficult to track points and log them. Because these are older apps, they are more difficult to navigate and they have outdated interfaces, which is something we wanted to focus on prioritizing with our app, making everything as simple and efficient as possible to log. And it's not mobile friendly, which is unfortunate due to the fact that the majority of people on our robotics team use their phones for everyday tasks.
So that led us to our goals of wanting to be user-friendly, strategy-focused, self-checking, and efficient. And these are the things we wanted to highlight and make sure that happened with our app.
Some legal and budget considerations we had to take into account were the fact that $15 per hour per person, which includes the both of us, and a $100 one-time fee for launching our app onto the App Store. Some legal considerations we had to take into account were personal information when entering it in the beginning portion of the app regarding team and members, and potential trademarks on FRC and other companies.
So this is our Gantt chart that we put together after realizing everything we would need to do. This chart takes us through our brainstorming process, into our programming process, into our deployment process, and testing. So this is the first sketch that we made. On the left, you can see our home screen that we want to include. And on the right, we have our point logging system, which includes a spot for autonomous, which is a period at the beginning of the match where the robots go by themselves. And that is then separated into teleop, or then goes into teleop, which is when the drivers control the robots. So similar tracking, but definitely different for that. And then over on the bottom right-hand corner, we have a spot for what happens during endgame. And in this endgame for this year, robots had to climb onto a cage and they would kind of dangle, but there's different levels they can climb. And then at the bottom, we had a little portion for our scoreboard. So what were the total score, any penalty points that were incurred, and ranking points.
Correct. The development environment we used was Xcode after transitioning from React Native initially. We plan to use React Native due to the fact that we could use it on both iOS and Android, which would be very useful for the fact that we could accommodate to a wide variety of people who use both types of devices. However, due to the fact that React Native was blocked on school laptops, we had to pivot, and we plan to use both Android Studio and Xcode when developing our app, so we could still incorporate the wide accessibility portion. However, due to Android Studio crashing and having a more complicated interface than Xcode, we ended up using Xcode for our final IDE, along with Swift, its main programming language.
So that led us into our testing phase 1. So this is our first prototype. We had 2 that we were asking people to choose between or evaluate. So this is our first one. And for each of these 3 pictures, we put them into a Google form and sent it out to about 10 respondents. And each time they were asked for each picture, for each picture, they were asked to rank it on a scale of 1 to 10 for usability and also provide additional comments. And so this was our number 1. And then for our number 2, we had more of a text-based text box with some toggle buttons, and that led us into the numbers that we got. So overall, the respondents favored the Auto 1 and Teleop 1 as seen here with the more button-based, so it could take away the risk of having people type stuff in that weren't numbers or just have a problem with typing the numbers in. This was easier because you can just go up or go down as the game progresses. But they did like the end game portion of number 2, and also the fact that number 2 had a spot for match information. So we went with the auto and teleop part of number 1 and the end game and match info part of the second prototype.
Now we're going to go into the Scout Sync demo, which is the actual demonstration of our app through a video. So it starts off by going to the home screen, which it has a light blue background. It has a button which enters the main content screen. The beginning portion has a section for the users to put their information to make it more simple to track which robot and which team they're tracking points for. And within this, you can toggle between what competition this is and what competition this is and what alliance they are. During the autonomous and teleop portions that follow afterwards, the buttons, as Grace outlined earlier, allows the user to toggle between the different options to keep track of the different point values, along with the amount of coral that were dropped and the coral that were gained to kind of have a more streamlined way of understanding how the robots actually work and how they perform effectively. The last portion has a free response section to calculate the total score, penalties, an additional notes section to outline anything that might be important for the overall data tracking that the users could potentially benefit from. And below that, as you can see in the green, there is a submit button that the users can press after they're done, which we're working to get fully stored. The app is currently able to store data, and in order to use the app again, you can exit out, and once that data is stored, once you press the button again, it'll be a blank screen so you can continue using the app for different users. So this gets into the main portion of our app with little pictures for snippets of code. The first portion is the Scout Sync app, and this is the main app file where we define the entry point. And when the app launches, it uses a window group to kind of present the home view, which will be outlined earlier. The home view is decorated in a baby blue color in the background and provides a button to access the Scout Sync view. We display the title Scout Sync Reefscape Scouting, and we try to put our team logo on there along with the Reefscapes logo, but due to some image constraints, we were not able to. The scouting view is essentially the heart of the app, where users can control the match data by tracking different points and toggling between options to have a more outlined version of how the robot is doing. And then after that, we record the performance data in our share sheet, which essentially compiles all of the code that we've had and makes it easier to retain for other users to use the app again. Our summary view is once you press submit, there is an outline view of everything that the robot has accomplished within what that user has said, to maintain accuracy between what is said on the summary view and what has actually happened within that match. And lastly, the storage manager allows us to export that data, which Grace also worked on doing with the API afterwards.
So that leads us into our testing. For our first phase, we had the app be used by current and previous Team Sport members. And so what happened was we had them watch the game animation, which comes out every year, and it's a video of how the game works for the year, what the point values are for everything, and just to get them familiar with the game or re-familiar with the game. These were people who already either had been in competition this season or had been to previous competitions. And so they were able to have about a 91% average accuracy through our app, which we felt was pretty good for our average accuracy. Then for our phase 3 of testing, we worked with non-FRC members with no FRC experience. We also showed them the game animation, and they watched a match. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Last time they watched Einstein's match, which is the world competition. And so they did this again for the non-FRC members, and that gave us an average accuracy of 84%. So overall, we felt that our app was pretty well founded on our accuracy metrics and that it was easy to use, which is shown through our accuracy. Also, people from FRC teams or sport last year said that this was 100% better than the previous ways that we have been doing it in the past. So this leads us into our API usage. So through Saturn Cloud, First API, and Python, we were able to go through and write a code that helps to compare the actual FRC data, which doesn't come out until after the games are done, with the actual data that we collect. So our data that we collect is for our real-time metrics, and then First API provides metrics later on that can help us fact check that data and make sure it's correct. So here is where we can upload our CSV, our data from the match. And then here is where we call the API, and we are able to get it to go give us our data. And then we move into our data finding, which helps to compare the columns from our API with the data that we have sourced from our app. And then a particular problem that it was having, so this is some troubleshooting for that, was finding matches, correct matches with match codes. So this helps to solve that issue. And then this is our main run through, which compiles all those things together. And then, so this is the output we got. So again, due to previous work being done on Google Colab and then Google Colab being blocked by the Pine Lake Tech Department, we had to switch over to Saturn Cloud midway through, so we lost a bit of our progress. So we got it to reach out to the API, get some data back, and our next steps will be working on analyzing that data with and comparing averages.
So some personal learning we had to do was relying on Xcode fully when we had originally planned to use React Native due to some technical difficulties we encountered. The usability of our portion as well. We did prioritize efficiency and a simplistic interface to make it more easy to record point values, and which makes us different from the previous solutions we had encountered before.
We also worked on learning how to use APIs, specifically the FRC one in this case, and using that for data analysis. So learning how to call the API, get data from it, and make sense of that data that we collected was a huge part of our personal learning.
Some challenges we faced, once again, was using new programs and the overall design of our app, making sure that we had a home screen and a separate scouting screen to make the user's experience more streamlined instead of having the same scouting screen for every single match collection portion.
We also struggle, as most students do, with procrastination. So that was something we were able to work through, though, and learn how to use our time management correctly and work within our time constraints. And I feel that's a skill that we both will be able to take with us as we move through the rest of our academic and personal careers.
A special thanks to Amanda Fess, our content mentor, Miss Riley, our computer science teacher, and Ethan No, our programming mentor. Your insight and guidance have truly been invaluable to us throughout this entire journey.
So in the future, we hope to add we hope to add in more API functions and expand it to more seasons, and also add more user accessibility to be able to use on both Android and iPhones.
Thank you so much, and we're happy to take any questions you may have. Oh, yes.
So I noticed at the very beginning, so your phase 1 of testing seemed to be very focused on human factor, usability. What made you think of that?
So the big part of the usability and making sure that it was easy to understand what was going on in the app was based off of both Ananya and I's experience being on a strategy team, and also myself as the strategy lead on Spark last year. A lot of kids had a hard time with the app, or we were mostly using Google Forms, and they had a hard time seeing what should go where and just the labels. And also on Google Forms, we had a text box entry, which led to non-number responses into those entries. And so we wanted to make sure the data we were gathering was useful and accurate, and also that the kids were able to understand what was going on in our app. So usability was a really big focus for us, also to help people in the stands who don't want to answer the same 2 or 3 questions all the time.
Right. Yeah, accuracy was a huge component of it, because the point of tracking the data is to have accurate data to kind of like base off what robots we want to align with in the future. And if we don't have data that accurately reflects the match score, then it's essentially not useful. So.
You'll consider so the data that's collected is accurate. How beneficial is it in terms of do they kind of making a match? I guess.
Yeah.
Is that still the human's recommendation and discretion, or do you see a potential in the future for?
So last year as our strategy lead, I was able to get some match data from our first match, and using ChatGPT and being able to create our own AIs on that, the little make your owns, I was able to make a chat that helped us with deciding which teams we wanted to use. It was a little faulty, but I think with a special AI and a very good set of data, I think that could be really useful. Obviously, I think it wouldn't take over for the humans just because the personal experience of going through matches. Also, there's another part of strategy, which is like scouting, and you're going around and talking to teams and making personal connections with them and saying like, hey, I'd love to be on alliance with you. Think, like remember us, that kind of stuff. So I think that part is still really good for the human people and the people on the team to go around and experience, because that's also a big part of FIRST is the networking and getting to talk to other kids who have the same drive for engineering and STEM as you do. But I think in terms of compiling the data and presenting it in an easy way for the people making those decisions to understand, I think that could be really helpful in the future.
Oh, yes.
So I know as a game, so you're compiling it into a CSV file. Have you thought about submitting it or storing it in a database or something a little more robust?
So for the storage portion of it, Grace and I worked on this separately. I had worked on it through Xcode, and I was planning to store it in a database, but I ended up not getting the submit button to work. So throughout the code snippets that I showed, there was a storage manager portion and code that reflects how I would, code that reflects how the data would be exported and shared. However, since I wasn't able to get it to work, Grace had tried using a separate API.
Yeah, so where is it? Right here? Yeah, so due to, again, the working on different, our time constraints due to things being blocked in the middle of our projects, but definitely the database would be a route that we would like to go to.
I think it's very fair to say that we could have had a lot more done with our app, especially for the storage portion, if we hadn't used our school laptops. Due to so many different features in like IDEs being blocked on our school laptops, we kind of had to pivot and use Xcode when we could have been using like React Native, for instance, which would have been our ideal option.
I think that is another part of our learning process. We did learn how to go and have professional conversations with the tech department.
On multiple occasions.
Lots of professional conversations with the tech department, but I think that was a good part of our learning curve too, so.
That's good real-world experience. It never ever goes away.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a question or? Right. Yeah. Yes. That's something we're planning to work on in the future, and that's part of the storage manager portion we had talked about earlier. As you can see, when we showed you the video of our app, the only, like when you press the home button to return to the main home screen, the only button there was to go to that scouting screen. So in the future, we're hoping to implement a button or two underneath in order to export that data and store it, so you could see all of the previous logs that were completed. So yes, that's something we hope to implement. Yeah.
Amanda? When we went through our testing and we had our Google form, a lot of people did seem to prefer the toggle with the buttons. Also, just trying to keep number values only, since, again, a lot of these kids we weren't getting number values. So that was a big part of why we wanted to keep the numbers and have the buttons to toggle.
Right. And however, we didn't have the toggles for the final component of it. And that's due to the fact that if you scored 56 points or 64 points, having to toggle individually to 64 points would be quite grueling. So we ended up having free response questions for the final match scoring portion of our app.
Yeah, the final match scoring had the text block base.
And that goes along with all the penalty points that were earned and that free response question to outline any other comments that could potentially be useful for the people analyzing the data.
We tried to weight our accuracy and our usability as much as possible.
I just came up with another idea. At the end, you could have it where the students take a picture of the final screen. You could use like object detection, or I know a bunch of ebooks have come out for PDF and like image recognition. So you could have it trained to find specific numbers where it all the end scores. You could just take a picture of it.
That would definitely be good. Yeah.
That's a good point. We definitely did have to take screenshots originally when testing because we didn't have the submit button working. So in order to store all of the values and all of the points that were logged, we did have to take screenshots of individual logs before. But the object detection is a good point.
Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you all so much for coming to our presentation. We
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
Field trip.
Yeah, you might have to like go pick up Parker, but that's okay.